Dear colleagues, my name is Dr. Neshu Neshev from the Agricultural University of Plovdiv, Bulgaria, and I'm going to present you the study yield, uptake and allocation of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium in potatoes depending on fertilization. The aim of the study is to establish the influence of the fertilization with nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium and magnesium on the yield, content and uptake of nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium and their allocation in the different potato plant parts at the period of harvest. The field trial was conducted in shallow brown forest soil in Smolen regions of Bulgaria during the vegetation periods of potatoes from 2013 to 2015. The mid-early to mid-late potato cultivar Picasso in non-irrigated conditions was grown. The experiment included the following treatments: control, not fertilized, fertilization with nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium only, combined application of nitrogen, phosphorus, nitrogen plus potassium, potassium plus phosphorus, triple fertilizer combination of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, and the triple combination plus magnesium. The fertilizer rates were nitrogen 150 kg per hectare, 80 kg of phosphorus and potassium 100 kg per hectare. The magnesium rate was 33 kg per hectare. The nitrogen was applied as ammonium nitrate, phosphorus as triple superphosphate, and potassium as potassium sulfate. Patent Kali was the source of magnesium and potassium for the treatment NPK plus magnesium. The fertilizer were applied before planting of potatoes. On picture number 1 is overview of the trail, and you can see how the plants looked during the vegetation period. On table number 1 is the content of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium in plant parts in percents, average for the period from 2013 to 2015. The lowest nitrogen content was found in the control and for the plants fertilized with phosphorus and potassium. This content was the lowest in the roots and tubers of the plants compared to the other treatments. The plants from the treatment fertilized with potassium had higher content of this nutrient in the roots. The lowest potassium content in the roots was found in the treatment with the alone nitrogen application. The same as in the roots, the content of nitrogen in above ground biomass was the highest at the treatment with nitrogen application only. The highest content of nitrogen was recorded at the treatment with combined nitrogen plus potassium fertilization. The plants fertilized with potassium only had the highest potassium content, average for the period of the study 8.85%. The fertilization with the three main nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, had significant positive influence on the nutrient content in the tubers. The single application of nitrogen also led to high nitrogen content in the tubers. The potassium fertilization increased the potassium content in the potato tubers. On table number 2 is shown the uptake of nitrogen from the whole plants and the allocation of the element at the end of the vegetation of the plants. The highest amount of nitrogen was obtaken from the plants fertilized with the triple fertilizer combination, 205 kg per hectare. The nitrogen uptake was high at all variants fertilized with this macro element. The lowest uptake was recorded for the control, 41.4 kg per hectare. The main part of the uptake on nitrogen was distributed in the tubers. On table number 3 is shown the uptake and allocation of phosphorus in the plant parts. The uptake of phosphorus was the highest at the treatment with the triple nitrogen, phosphorus plus potassium combination, 46 kg per hectare average for the period. The uptake of phosphorus was high at all fertilized variants and even at those without phosphorus fertilization. The plants had uptaken and allocated 87% of the phosphorus in the tubers, 12% in the above ground biomass, and 1% remained in the tubers, in the roots. On table number 4 is the uptake and allocation of potassium in plant parts. Potato plants uptake more potassium in comparison with the other nutrient elements. Average for the period, the plants with full mineral fertilization with nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, and the treatment with magnesium fertilization have uptaken the highest amount of potassium. The lowest uptaken amount of potassium was found for the plants fertilized with nitrogen and phosphorus only, as well for the not fertilized control. On picture number 2 is shown the development of the plants depending on the fertilization. You can see the difference, how the different nutrients influence the growth and development of the plants. On table number 5 is the potato tuber yields, tons per hectare. The highest yields were obtained from the plants fertilized with the triple fertilizer combination and the addition of magnesium, 24.51 tons and 22.05 tons per hectare respectively. The lowest yields were for the untreated control, 7.34 tons per hectare. And the conclusions that can be made from the study are the following. Application of nitrogen and potassium increased the content of both elements in all plant parts. Phosphorus fertilization increased mainly the content of the element in the roots and tubers in comparison with the treatments without this element. Potatoes remove from soil considerable amounts of nutrients with the tubers. Average for the period, the highest nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium uptake was found for the plants from the treatment with nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. The highest amount of uptaken nutrients from the soil were located in the tubers, followed by above ground biomass and the roots. The highest yield were obtained after the balanced nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium fertilization, with average yields for the period of 24.51 tons per hectare. Omission of one or two nutrients from the triple fertilizer combination led to considerable yield losses. And finally, I would like to thank you for your attention.
from Zagreb. I'm Nevena Opicic and I'll be presenting this paper in front of a group of authors from University of Zagreb, Faculty of Agriculture. Title is Influence of Different Fertilization Treatments on Yield Components and Vitamin C Content of Okra. So something about okra first. Okra is annual vegetable species from Malvaceae family, and cultivation is possible in all areas with hot summer months, and that includes Croatia. Okra has different uses in gastronomy. Fruit is used in preparation of various dishes, and it's also used in cosmetics and textile industry. Although okra has high levels of protein, carbohydrates and vitamin C, it is not really popular in Croatia. And due to long period of fruiting, okra requires large amounts of fertilizer. All that considering, the aim of this research was to determine the effect of different fertilization treatments on the yield components and the amount of vitamin C of several okra populations. So the experiment was set up at the experimental field of the Department of Vegetables in the spring-summer growing period of 2019. Two-factor field trial included 3 okra populations and 5 fertilization treatments. Population 1 and 2 were collected in Vukovar-Srijem County, and population 3 was collected in Karlovac County. Fertilization treatments included the application of 2 traditional preparations, stinger nettle and comfrey, organic dehydrated fertilizer Siforga, mineral NPK fertilizer 720-30 formulation, and control plots without fertilization. Comfrey and nettle preparation were applied 7 times during the experiment according to author Omahen, and Siforga was applied once in the amount of 150 grams per meter, and NPK was applied once in the amount of 70 grams per meter. Experiment was set up according to a randomized block design in 3 replications. Sowing took place on May 7th. We used polystyrene trays with 40 pots, and seedlings were planted on June 10th. Harvests were multiple between July 12th and August 27th. Vitamin C was determined according to AOAC method, and statistical analysis was done in SAS software. During growing period, lowest recorded mean air temperature combined with a maximum rainfall in the second decade of May, and that led to a slightly slower development of young seedlings. High mean temperature in the second decade of June favored the beginning of fruiting in early July. Highest mean temperature of 25 degrees with 40 millimeters of rainfall in the third decade of July contributed to the highest fruiting observed during harvest in the late July. So, it is visible that the influence of the factors and their interactions was statistically justified for all observed properties, except for the influence of fertilization factor on the number of fruit per plant. Looking at the influence of population as the first factor, it can be seen that the statistically justified highest number of fruit per plant, marketable yield, as well as share of non-marketable fruits were determined in population 1, while the lowest values of indicated properties were measured in population 3. Fertilization treatments applied did not have a statistically valid influence on the number of fruit per plant. Impact of fertilization proved to be justified for marketable yield, with the highest being achieved with NPK fertilization and the lowest with the use of comfrey preparation. Highest share of non-market fruits was determined by treatment with commercial organic fertilizer Siforga and mineral fertilizer NPK. The lowest share of non-market fruits was detected in the control and treatment with comfrey. Statistically, the highest number of fruits per plant was found at interaction of population 1 with nettle formulation and population 2 treatment with NPK fertilizer. A lowest average number of fruit per plant was found with the interaction of population 3 and NPK fertilizer. Highest yield was detected with the interaction of population 1 and treatment of NPK, while the combination of traditional comfrey fertilizer with population 3 yielded the lowest market yield. Significantly, the highest percentage of non-market fruits was obtained by interaction of population 1 and NPK treatment, but the lowest percentage of non-market fruits was obtained by interaction between population 3 treatment and traditional comfrey fertilizer. Regarding vitamin C, on the average, the highest value was detected in population 2, treatment with NPK fertilizer and traditional nettle fertilizer. And this is supported by the population 2 and NPK interactions, which resulted in statistically justified maximum amount of vitamin C and also a high share of vitamin C in the interaction population 2 and nettle. Population with the lowest amount of vitamin C was population 3 and variants treated with Ciforga fertilizer. Interactions of population 3 and NPK fertilizer treatment resulted in statistically lowest amount of vitamin C in okra fruits. Interaction of the same population with comfrey fertilizer also resulted with a lower amount of vitamin C. So in conclusion, population 1 and 2 resulted in higher values of all observed traits in regards to population 3. Use of NPK fertilizer and nettle formulation resulted in the highest value of vitamin C, while the application of comfrey had a negative effect on the amount of the vitamin C in okra fruits. Justifiably highest yield was obtained by the application of NPK fertilizer, but also this treatment resulted in the highest percentage of non-marketable fruits. Marketable yield obtained in this study was lower than expected. It can be justified by unfavorable weather conditions during the growing period. Traditional nettle preparation has shown a positive effect on the fruit production and also chemical composition of okra, so it can be a good alternative to mineral fertilizer in organic okra farming. So that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning. I am Dimitrios Savas from the Agricultural University of Athens in Greece, and the title of my presentation is Nutrisense, a new online portal to calculate nutrient solutions and optimize fertilization of greenhouse crops grown hydroponically. A major technological component of the modern greenhouse industry is the soilless cultivation. However, the management of nutrition in soilless cultivations poses serious difficulties to growers because the calculation of the fertilizers needed to prepare a nutrient solution require a good background in chemistry and is also a time-consuming process. Furthermore, the composition of the nutrient solutions applied to the plants needs modification at different cropping stages during the cropping period. The calculations are specific for each grower and cropping stage because of the following reasons. First of all, there are some differences in the mineral composition of the irrigation water used to prepare nutrient solutions, and the concentrations of minerals in the irrigation water are very important because many nutrients are already contained in the water at substantial amounts. Second, differences in cropping conditions entail individual decisions about adaptation in nutrient supply during the cropping period. So not every crop has the same behavior as all other crops. There is an individual behavior depending on all cropping conditions, so this has to be taken also into consideration. Therefore, there is a need for modern computational tools operating as decision support systems to provide easy and accurate calculation of the nutrient solution in each commercial enterprise whenever this is needed. And this has to be repeated in many cases during the cropping period. Considering this background, a novel decision support system for soilless cultivation named Nutrisense was developed to automatically calculate nutrient solutions based on a minimal input of information, which has to be introduced to this software, and also to automatically readjust the composition of this nutrient solution during the cropping period whenever a chemical analysis of the root zone or the drainage solution is conducted, and the obtained results are introduced to Nutrisense. So in this way, we optimize nutrition because we do not rely just on one formula of nutrient solution, but we modify this during the cropping period. To access this software, you can use this link that is shown here. Then you have to register using the username and the password provided here, and these credentials will be valid for 1 month after the symposium, so you can at any time access this software, the Nutrisense software, and work with this to see its capabilities. Some information now about the way this software operates. There are here several on the left here. You see that there are several tabs, and clicking on each tab, you can enter and introduce the necessary information. In the first tab, user information, you introduce some user information. It is not necessary for the calculations, but it is very good for achieving its nutrient solution composition. The second tab is general options. In this, using this tab, you introduce very important and basic information for the crop. For instance, which crop species is this? Tomato, cucumber, lettuce, and any other. Then the cropping stage, vegetative stage, fruiting, or what? Then the season of the year, which indicates also the climatic conditions. Here is mild summer, it can be winter, can be autumn, and so on. And then here you define the requested service. The requested service can be an open system or a closed system, and just calculating a new nutrient solution or readjusting an already used nutrient solution. And depending on the service we request here, some additional information may be needed. For instance, type of closed system, if it is a closed system, water culture system with substrates and so on. Then some information about the stock solution tanks, how many and what is their volume, and some more information. Then we proceed with the next tab, water analysis. We introduce here the water analysis based on we introduce here the information about the mineral composition of the water based on a credible chemical analysis of the water. And then if we have selected to work with readjustment of the nutrient solution, not just calculating a new nutrient solution, but readjusting the currently used nutrient solution, we have to introduce additional information in additional tabs. First of all, the composition of the drainage solution, and then also the composition of the nutrient solution used currently in the previous days. And the next tab is fertilizers. I will not report on this. It is important if we use a multiple tank system. And then here you see the next tab, which is users options. Using this tab, we can introduce any preference we have, because here you see what the software has calculated as optimal concentration or EC or pH, but we can modify this, and the software will recalculate all the nutrient solutions so that our preference is taken into consideration. And after finishing all this process, then we just have to click on the next tab, which is calculate nutrient solution formula, and we obtain the final result, the final output of the program, as in this form. In the upper part you see the concentrations that are important for this crop. That means the nutrient concentrations in the water, the composition of the water finally, then the composition of the drip solution supplied to the crop. If the system is closed, then we see here also the composition of the replenishment solution that is applied in a closed system. Here is the composition of the drainage solution, and here are the is the range between lower and upper levels of nutrient concentration for each nutrient. And in the lower part of the output, you see the amounts of fertilizers needed to prepare the nutrient solution for a particular volume of stock solution. To assess the efficiency of nutrients, to calculate and readjust nutrient solutions, an experiment was conducted in the facilities of the Agricultural University of Athens with tomato. Tomato plants were planted on the 23rd of November, and the experiment was terminated on the 16th of April. There were 8 experimental plots accommodating 2 different treatments, which means 4 replications per treatment. Treatment 1 was the control, a standard nutrient solution, and the composition of the supplied nutrient solution was adjusted according to standard commercial practices, which means application of a standard nutrient solution for tomato depending on the plant developmental stage according to Dutch recommendations. And in treatment 2, the composition of the supplied nutrient solution was readjusted every month using nutrients after introducing to nutrients the actual chemical composition of the drainage solution. Every month, as I told you, we obtained SEMS from all experimental units from both treatments, and we measured the concentrations of most nutrients, including also sodium and chloride. In treatment 1, these data were not used to readjust the composition of the supply nutrient solution, whereas in treatment 2, this data was used via nutrients to readjust the composition of the nutrient solution. And the evolution of these 4 nutrients, calcium, potassium, nitrates, and phosphorus, will present it in the next. First, calcium. As you see, calcium concentration was more close to the target levels. The target level is the black line. The data from nutrients treatment are in green, and the data from the control treatment are in blue. You see that the values in red are more close to the black line, which means the target value. The same also with potassium, as you see, with one exception here, and also with nitrates, also here with one exception, and also with phosphorus. Here generally nutrients gave much better results. The concentrations of phosphorus in the drainage solution were during the cropping period much more closely to the target levels than with the control treatment. I come now to the conclusions. Nutrients could successfully readjust the composition of the supplied nutrient solution in soil as tomato crops based on frequent chemical analysis of the drainage solution. However, the current study showed that further improvement of the algorithm used to automatically readjust the composition of the nutrient solution during the growth period is possible, and we work on this currently. A second conclusion is that to create nutrients and any other software used to calculate nutrient solution and readjust their composition during the cropping period, it is important to take some parameters, they are listed below, some parameters into consideration in combination. To take them into consideration individually, it is not a problem, but to take into consideration all their combinations is a very tough work, and I must tell this to you. And thank you for your attention. This work was supported by the Hellenic Foundation for Research and Innovation, and we thank for this support.
Good afternoon. My name is Cherima Zahrovic. I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I work as teaching assistant at University of Sarajevo. Today I will present you our work about organic production in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina belong to the group of developing countries that have great potential for development of organic agriculture. The organic agriculture starts in the middle 19th in Bosnia and Herzegovina with the creation of the Bosnia Environmental Technological Association by a group of researchers of the Faculty of Agriculture at Sarajevo University. Nowadays, organic production in Bosnia and Herzegovina is established by European standards in this area. Therefore, accredited certification companies in Bosnia and Herzegovina, including the organization Organic Control, whose main activity is the provision of certification and inspection services for organic production according to regulations and standards. It should be noted that the Law of Agriculture, Food and Rural Development of Bosnia and Herzegovina is a significant and comprehensive act, which defines in detail the scope of the agricultural sector and sectorial goals. However, the law of organic agricultural production does not exist at the state level. The primary jurisdiction in organic agriculture of Bosnia and Herzegovina have the entities. Unfortunately, in Bosnia and Herzegovina it's very difficult to talk about the official statistics when it comes to organic vegetable production and even the state of vegetable production. The Bosnia and Herzegovina Statistic Agency reports only the necessary information of areas and yields of total vegetable production whose accuracy is questionable. In addition, there is no register of organic producers at the level of the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Since 2009, there is Association of Organic Producers of the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Organsko FIB, which has 17 members, 7 cantonal associations of organic producers, and 10 associations engaged in development of organic production. According to available data from the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, a significant increase in organic crops has been recorded in the last 5 years, an increase of 223 hectares or 63%. Bosnia and Herzegovina is ranked in the 10 countries with the largest increase in organically grown species. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, organic vegetable production is represented on 28 hectares. According to this survey, Bosnia and Herzegovina has 304 organic producers and 50 of them are exporters. Bosnia and Herzegovina is a significant agricultural region with some one-third of its land under cultivation or in pasture. The most fertile soils are in the north, along the Sava River Valley. Of the total sown area, 529,459 hectares, vegetable occupy 69,725 hectares. There are also excellent conditions for production in greenhouses. The most commonly grown vegetables on production areas are potato, cucumber, cabbage, tomato, pepper, and onion, but beans, peas, and garlic are also quite commonly grown. In relation to agriculturally developed countries, developing countries base their agricultural production and even vegetable production on traditional principles that are easily transformed into certified organic production through standards in organic agriculture. Bosnia and Herzegovina, with large areas of arable land, can become a significant exporter of organic food. The lack of financial resources for investments in intensive production leaves 80% of the land unplotted, which can be used as advantage for the transition from conventional to organic agricultural production. Organic vegetable production in protected area in Bosnia and Herzegovina is applied in all types of protected area, by cultivation on land or permitted soil mixtures. In recent years, Support for organic production has been provided by the governments of all levels of government in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Soil area of vegetables in autumn in Bosnia and Herzegovina is 2,248 hectares, according to the research of Agency for Statistics of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Spinach and lettuce are the most grown vegetable species in autumn-winter period. In recent years, there has been an increasing interest for organic vegetable production in order to maintain and improve soil productivity and production of health-safe products. Spinach is short-season crop and farmers use fertilizers in spinach greenhouses production only if necessary. For that reason, spinach is very favorable for organic production. The advantages that Bosnia and Herzegovina has got to improve organic production is terms of climate conditions, quantity and quality of irrigation water, 80% of the land unpolluted, geothermal sources and cheap manpower should be better exploited for the sake of competition vegetables from Bosnia and Herzegovina in the global market.
Good morning, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank our dear hosts, our colleagues from North Macedonia and Kosovo, for excellent organization of the symposium and their extraordinary efforts in these challenging times. Also, I would like to thank all presenters who had an oral or poster presentations in plant nutrition section. You were all great. It was a pleasure to follow your interesting presentations about plant nutrition, which is very important because of impact on environmental and human health. Maybe Gordana will say some few words from this session.
Yes, thank you. From technical point of view, I just want to add that initially we were supposed to see one more colleague, Gina Alia Sofia, with the title Investigation of Optimal Amount of Calcium, Magnesium, and Sulfur for the Cultivation of Shallot. He didn't appear with his presentation, but his paper is included in the proceedings of Acta Horticultura. And that would be from my side, from convener's side, everything I would say regarding this session.
Thank you. Now we shall start a short discussion. I will put a little question to my colleague Nevena Opacic. I think that you can answer which result of your research would you single out as essential for organic okra production.
Greetings, everybody. Thank you, Professor Todd, for your question. Well, depending on the results, I will definitely single out nettle preparation because it showed really good results in yield, quality of fruits, and also chemical composition. So it will really be good alternative, like organic fertilizer in organic production. Comfrey, for example, not so much, but I think nettle is definitely new big thing coming, not just for fertilization, but also like fresh produce for consumption. We'll see something about that soon.
Also for pharmaceutical industry and
Definitely.
so on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nevena. My colleague Cherima, I would like to ask you something about extension of research in Spanish because the nitrates in leaves are very important for fresh spinach, also for frozen. Have you some plans for extension of your research?
Yes, I have. We highly recommend more research work to be conducted on this subject because the high nitrate concentration are important issue which has a direct effect on our health and on our environment also.
Yes, the different growing period is most important on this topic, I think so.
Yes, it is.
So thank you very much. And I think that with us is colleague Adamovic, yes. I would like to put some question about your research on presence of polyethylene mulch in cabbage. Can you clarify us why analyzed nutrients almost increase in the presence of polyethylene mulch in cabbage as pre-culture?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. It's about my PhD dissertation.
I don't know, is it from your PhD dissertation, but you are co-authors on paper effect of fertilizing regime of 4 crops on quality of red beet and carrot. I think so.
Just a second. Oh yes, that's
yes.
That's Marina Putnik-Delic.
Yes, is the first author.
Yes.
Abramovich has so many papers he forgot.
Yes.
He has participated.
Professor Ellen was very
okay.
important for that.
I think that you have some research results very interesting due to the polyethylene mulch improve on uptake of nutrients and also decrease the nutrient leaching. It's very important for next crop because the nutrients are set in upper layer of soil, and the next crop it's possible to uptake these nutrients in upper layer of soil after the crop residua. It's correct?
Yes, we have good results with that experiment because the first crop
was cabbage.
Was cabbage.
And cabbage with polyethylene mulch and without. And your results achieve higher values of nutrients uptake on the next crop after the polyethylene where is applied. Yes.
Yes, the cabbage was with a short vegetation, so cabbage left many nutrients in the soil for the next crops
yes.
like red beet and carrots. So that is very important for the next crops because polyethylene mulch improve better useful of nutrients.
Yes, as I said, the polyethylene stopped leaching the nutrients in cabbage crop. Yes. And higher amount of nutrients stay in this higher layer of soil for next crop. Okay. We can discuss about another paper about effects of soil amendments and foliar fertilization on paper yield. was the application of fertilizers with phosphorus and potassium omitted in the basic fertilization before you planting pepper? Is this correct?
No, we didn't use phosphorus and potassium fertilizers. The experiment was set up in the soil with the optimum content of phosphorus and potassium. So the goal was to increase the number of beneficial microorganisms and put all useful microorganisms in the function of increasing soil fertility by using GO2 as soil activator and microbial biomass. In this experiment, GO2 improved soil properties through unblocking existing deposits of elements in the soil and facilitate absorption by plants. So on the prices of a very high price of potassium and phosphorus fertilizers, I think that using of GO2 we can get cheaper products.
Okay, it's logical. Is the cultivation of pepper without irrigation prevailing in Serbia?
No.
You, in your research, you haven't irrigation system.
It was a very rainy year, but in some periods we didn't have a lot of rain, so the results like that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And perhaps colleague Savas can single out some topics in his conclusions. It's very interesting presentation about hydroponics and the new regulation system. Can we?
Dimitrios is here. Okay.
Okay, please.
Okay, but sorry, I did. Can you repeat your question?
Well, I suggest that you point out the most important conclusions about your very interesting presentation about system, new system. Okay.
Okay.
So, if I may interfere,
please. Okay.
For our region, Dimitri, it is, as you probably know, it is more common to cultivate on soil instead of soilless. But this portal of yours, which is extremely useful for even for small growers, has application also when the growers cultivate on soil. So it would be interesting to point out for them and for all of us about that side of applicability of this portal even for them.
Okay, so this is a portal for fertigation. It was initiated as a software for soilless culture, but can be used also for soil-grown crops. Many growers use this also for soil-grown crops, and we are about to refine this, providing a special option for the ones who are growing on the soil, because we also recognize that this is a necessity. The advantage is that the growers can accurately calculate the fertilizers they need to add to produce their stock solutions. Of course, they need a fertigation system to dilute the stock solutions and provide them to the crop. It can be a simple equipment. It can be also more sophisticated if they have a larger soil enterprise. It is simple, very simple in its use. It can automatically calculate the fertilizers accurately, taking into consideration what is already available in the water, because some nutrients are already in the water. And another advantage is that it calculates simple fertilizers, which have a relatively low cost compared to multiple fertilizers. So they can accurately adjust their fertigation with a much lower cost than the cost of synthetic fertilizers, of expensive fertilizers. Yeah. They make a combination. The combination is normally a problem for the growers. They don't know how much potassium sulfate or potassium nitrate or calcium nitrate and so on, how they can, which fertilizers they have to use at which quantities to make a good blend. So using this software, they receive an accurate output with the concentrations of nutrients and also the amounts of fertilizers for its stock solution. It's simple for to use it and accurate.
Excellent. Do it yourself.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your participation. Nina, thank you very much for coordinating this discussion. See you all in the next session.
Bye.
Thank you,
Bye.
Dana. Thank you all for your participation and your attendance. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
This is a joint presentation of people from Kosovo, Sarta Kabashi from University of Pristina and Ismet Babay from Higher Education Institution in Pristina also, Glenda Salaku, and me, myself, Astrid Baliu from Agricultural University of Tirana. And we are going to present you today the results we have received from an experiment with different rootstocks on cucumber seedlings. Currently the grafting is a largely used practice everywhere in the world. Although the first interest on using grafted seedlings in vegetable production was to alleviate the negative effects of the soil-borne diseases. Currently, it has been largely used also to alleviate the negative effect of different biotic stresses like the extreme temperatures, high salinity, the excessive of deficit presence of different nutrient elements, to avoid the high concentration in the edible parts of the plant of metalloids and heavy metals, to reduce the negative effects of adverse soil pH, and of course to provide some protection against drought and flood conditions. And in our experiment we are dealing exactly with the effect of the different rootstocks on the low temperature or suboptimum temperatures in the cucumber seedlings. For that purpose we have used two different rootstock, and well-known crossing between Cucumis maxima and Cucumis moschata, the cultivar nimbus, and the fig leaf gourd or Cucurbita ficifolia. This second one is a rootstock which is largely used in Asian countries, but not in Albania, and as far as I know also not in our region. Cucurbita ficifolia has taken the interest of researchers and producers because its ability to grow better under non-optimum soil temperatures, and considering the fact that cucumber, Cucumis sativus, is a very sensitive crop to low soil temperatures, we are assuming that by using this specific rootstock might provide faster stand establishment and a quicker growth of cucumber seedlings immediately after transplanting. Since one of the main objectives of protected cultivation is to improve the earliness, we are supposing that by using this rootstock might help on this purpose, on this objective. So we have grafted cucumber seedlings of a specific commercial cultivar into these two rootstocks, and kept the grafted plants for about 10 days under these specific conditions: high temperature, high relative humidity, and we have also provided some lightening, artificial lightening during these days. And 10 days after grafting, the grafted plants were being transplanted under larger plastic pots with a volume of 200 centimeter cube and filled with peat moss. Both graft types, in two different rootstock types, have been irrigated equally with nutrient solution contained 1 gram per liter of specific chemical fertilizers. The plants were being grown into different growing rooms when the relative humidity and the lighting conditions were equal, but the temperatures were different. At two different growth rooms, we maintained two different temperatures, 24 Celsius degree, the first one, which is considered as optimum temperature for cucumber growth, and 18 Celsius degree in the second growth chamber, which we considered as suboptimum growth temperature condition, which means that still the cucumber can grow, but not with the same rate of growth as in the under optimum temperature conditions. At different periods, and exactly 10 and 20 days after grafting, several plants were being randomly selected from each treatment, and then the roots were being washed out from the peat residues and then scanned in a professional scanner, and then analyzed by the WinResult software to estimate some of the most important root morphology parameters. Practically, we measured and we evaluated the effects of the rootstock and the temperature on the root length, root surface area, and the root volume. And after that, the same plants were being used to determine the diameter of the roots, the stems, and the leaves, and based on that, the relative growth rate of roots and the entire plant were being calculated and evaluated. Also, we measured the last day of the experiment, the day 20 days after grafting. We measured some physiological parameters, and specifically we measured the leaf stomata conductance and the leaf temperature, and we also measure the chlorophyll index, and we will show you data on this during this presentation. Well, we found that there are differences in diameter of roots of plants, and the ratio between the roots and the shoots, depending on the genotype, depending on the rootstock, and also on the growing temperature. Practically, we found that there is a great influence of the rootstock on the diameter of each plant organs, and as should expect it, the crossing of Cucumis maxima and Cucumis machado provides higher values of each of these parameters. We found it, which means that this rootstock is more vigorous than the Cucumis fisifolius. We found also there are differences in the diameter of root and the ratio of diameter of root and sign regarding the temperature, and but no influence of the temperature on this limit and this range on the diameter of sign and the entire plant. And this, yes, you can see from the data here, by increasing the temperature we have reduced dried weight of roots and a reduced ratio of dried matter of roots with diameter of sign. And similarly, we found that both the rootstock and the temperature have affected the morphology of the root system, and of course this crossing, this common rootstock has a larger root system comparing with Cucumis fisifolium, and again by increasing the temperature we have reduced values of each of the root morphology parameters. Very interestingly, we found that by using the Cucumis fisifolia as a rootstock, we had higher relative growth rate of both root system and the entire plant, which means that but only under suboptimum temperature conditions, which means that under this suboptimum condition, we might have a faster standard establishment if we use the Cucumis fusifolia rootstock, and also a faster rate of growth immediately after transplanting, which might be useful and helpful for the cucumber growers into greenhouses. And also found that there are no differences regarding the chlorophyll index due to the rootstock we have been used in both analyzed temperatures. But very interestingly, we found that we have a higher stomata conductance under suboptimum temperatures in cucumber seedlings grafted onto the Cucumis Cucurbita fusifolia, and which is great advantages in terms of plant efficiency, because this higher stomata conductance means a higher gas exchange rate, which, as it is already proved, will provide or promote a higher net photosynthetic rate. And to conclude, we found that the environmental temperatures affects the standard establishment and growth rate of grafted cucumber seedlings, that an increase of temperature has significantly reduced the length, surface and the volume of root system, and favored the growth of the above ground biomass, which means that the temperatures has affected the matter partitioning in the plant. And very importantly, by comparing Cucurbita maxima and Cucurbita moussata with Cucurbita fusifolia, we can achieve a higher relative growth rate under non-optimum post-transplant temperature conditions. And in addition to the ability to maintain water and nutrient uptake rate, as it is proved for Cucurbita fusifolia, we believe that the higher stomata conductance is another reason of this higher relative growth rate. And finally, we might advise the farmers to use Cucurbita fusifolia as a potential Cucurbita rootstock, but still there's a need for further studies to see the effect on the entire production growing period and the final production of cucumber plants. This is all. Thank you for your attention.
Hi to everybody. I am Ismet Babay, professor at UBT, University for Business and Technology, the Agriculture, Food Science and Biotechnology Department in Pristina, Kosovo. I will try to do a presentation of the research paper with the title "The Nitrogen Concentration of Nutrient Solution Affects Root Morphology and Growth Parameters of Pepper Seedlings." The objective of this study was to assess the influence of different nitrogen concentration of the nutrient solution to morphology and growth parameters of pepper seedlings during the nursery stage. For that purpose, grated seeds of the commercial pepper cultivar Raffaello were sown in polystyrol trays filled with peat 60 cubic centimeters for each model and kept in the growth chamber in 24 up to 26 degrees of Celsius in 95% of relative humidity until germination has started. After that, the seedlings were transferred in the common unheated greenhouse till the end of the experiment. After the second true leaf was established, the plants were periodically irrigated with equal amounts of nutrient solutions: nitrogen, phosphor 20 milligrams per liter, potassium 120 milligrams per liter, which contain different nitrogen concentration, respectively 50, 100, 150, and 200 milligrams per liter. 15 and 25 days after the differentiated fertigation has started, an equal number of plants were randomly selected, and root morphology and growth parameters were estimated. Results and discussions. Significant growth enhancement effects of the fresh and dry meter biomass due to increased nitrogen concentration in the nutrient solutions were reported. Similarly, in this experiment, the increase of nitrogen concentration was followed by a steady increase of the dry meter of the entire plant, dry meter plant, and of each plant organ, root, stem, and leaf. The trend was the same both analysis periods, 15 and 25 days after the start of differentiated nitrogen treatments. We will show in table 1 and 2. Nitrogen 50 milligrams per liter variant recorded the lowest dry meter values, whereas the maximum values were obtained in nitrogen 200 milligrams per liter variant. No significant difference exists between nitrogen 100 and nitrogen 150. Similarly, leaf area followed the same trend at both datas. We will show you in table 1 and table 2. The table 1, as we discussed, regarding the variants nitrogen 100 and nitrogen 150, there was no significant difference. The nitrogen 150, it was the lowest dry meter and then leaf area but nitrogen 200, it was a significant higher value in each part of the study: leaf area, dry meter of root, dry meter of stem, leaf, and plant in general. The same was in the table 2 in 25 days after the differentiation. The rise of nitrogen concentration was followed by increase of relative growth rate of roots and relative growth rate of plants values. Usually, nitrogen 200 recorded the highest value of both relative growth rates, meaning roots and then plants, significantly higher than any other variants. We'll show you in graph 1. Although, in terms of relative growth rates, root grew faster than the entire plant. The raise of nitrogen concentration from 100 to 150 and 200 milligrams per liter was not followed by any further increase of relative growth rate of roots. Whereas at the same time, the raise of nitrogen concentration from 100 to 200 milligrams per liter was followed by a further significant increase of relative growth rate of plants. We'll show you in figure 1. Independently from nitrogen concentration, relative growth rate of root and relative rate of plant at date from 1 to 25 periods were higher than the respective values of date 1 to 15. This indicates that in the period date 15 to date 25, plants grew faster than the previous period. It can be explained with difference regarding the leaf area in the respective periods and indicates enhanced plant photosynthetic capabilities. Figure 1, we have relative growth rate of roots in left and relative growth rate of plants in right. And we will show you that in the period data from 1 to 25 to the plants, we can see the difference significant in nitrogen 200. But relative growth rates in date 1 to 25 to the roots, no difference between the variants 100, 150 and 200. In addition to the dry meter, nitrogen concentration of nutrient solution played a significant role to the morphology of root system of pepper seedlings. Nitrogen concentration affect root length, root specific area, the average root dry meter, and the number of root tips, but not the volume of roots. These data are shown in the table 4, and meaning that the root volume was not significant difference to the root morphology. We came to the conclusion that the nitrogen concentration in a nutrient solution plays an important role to the growth rate, dry meter, partitioning, and root morphology of pepper transplant. Best balanced growth between the root system and the above ground plants organs and best developed root system in pepper transplant was achieved with nutrient solution contained 100 to 150 milliliters of nitrogen. Thank you for the attention.
Hello, dear colleagues. I am glad to welcome you to the conference. My report is related to the issue of the technologies for growing sweet potatoes. I present my work. It's well known that two technological schemes of clonal micropropagation prevail in primary potato seed production. The most commonly used classical technique is in vitro microcuttings. The method is quite reliable and effective. It provides 5 to 8 times the multiplication factor. Obtaining seed material involves planting a sterile test. The second scheme involves obtaining microtubes in vitro and planting them also in the greenhouse. The technology developed by us significantly elevates the severity of this problem. Involves the implementation of the most time-consuming process of planting large quantities of plant material in comfortable laboratory conditions, and can significantly simplify planting in the greenhouse. In our experiment against the background of carnitine at the concentration of 0.02 milligram per liter, choline chloride in the concentration range from 0.1 to 0.5 milligram per liter was included as a growth regulating additive. Material on the slides 3 to 5 relates to the laboratory part of the technology. In a large flask, you can create better conditions for the development of microcuttings than in test tubes, and practically eliminates the injury during extraction if you use clone scissors. Varying the concentration choline chloride in the nutrient medium within the range of 0.1 to 0.5 milligram per liter made it possible to control the growth rate of potato microcuttings and to synchronize the final results for the studied varieties. After 4 to 6 weeks, 10 to 12 microcuttings with a height of 8 to 10 centimeter can be grown in each flask. They are suitable for further propagation or planting on the pit pellets to obtain seedlings. Microcuttings 6 to 8 centimeter long, planted in the laboratory on pit pellets, are placed under the condition of periodic finally dispersed irrigation. 10 to 12 days is enough to produce strong seedlings with good roots, then can be used to grow sweet potatoes. The use of seedlings to obtain potato seeds reduces the growing period to 2 months due to a quick start of development after planting. Slide 8 shows the harvest from one pot with a capacity of 5 liters. Well-predicted growing of seedlings can significantly change the technology for obtaining potato microtubers. The labor intensity and cost planting microplants in protected ground conditions have significantly decreased. Plants placed in pots immediately exist autonomously on pit pellets, but within 3 to 4 days, the root system begins to master a new volume of substrate. The planting hole gradually seals up, which further enhances root formations. The survival rate of such seedlings is 100%. I'm finished my report. Thank you for the attention.
Good day, my name is Marian Bogoescu and I present you our paper, Impact of Plant Grafting and Microbial Inoculations on Yield and Quality of Tomato under Lower Amounts of Water and Chemical Fertilizers. Traditional vegetable growing requires large amount of water and fertilizer, but due to climate change in recent decades, the water required to irrigate crops is constantly declining, while chemical fertilizers are produced by using high amounts of energy, often non-renewable. As a result, the more efficient use of the two technological factors has become increasingly difficult both in terms of environmental protection and economic efficiency of tomato crop, with direct consequences on the yield but also on the production's quality. Verma mentions that nowadays many countries are confronted with big challenges, especially with concern the acute water storages and the limited quantity of nutrients in the soil. One of the most sustainable measures to correct the mentioned abiotic imbalances is the cultivation of grafted vegetables. This method helps to improve the absorption of nutrients, water utilization efficiency and yield, the commercial quality of the fruits. Bulgari, citing Komar, shows that vegetable grafting is a method adopted to combat abiotic stress and to increase tolerance in vegetable crops. The biostimulatory substances can rebalance the soil nutrients deficiency, improving also the process of soil nutrients absorption by the increase of root biomass, nutrients transport, and enzymatic activity improvement. Azotobacter vianaldi is a main type of non-symbiotic nitrogen-fixing bacteria found in soil. After application, it initiates the assimilation of nitrogen from the atmosphere. A part of the accumulated nitrogen is used for the bacteria themselves, and the other part is converted to ammonium and left in the soil for plants. The researcher of Kamal showed that when tomato seedlings were inoculated with Azobacter, the growth and yield of the crops compared to non-inoculated ones were improved. The main objective of the paper is to evaluate the tolerance of tomato grafted plants in conjunction with the effect of biofertilizers or the combined stress of reducing the quantity of water and applying a lower dose of chemical fertilizers, in our case nitrogen and phosphorus. The tomato genotypes used to organize the experimental field have been Abelus for Sion and Emperador for Rostock. The microbial inoculation of the soil was achieved by applying at the black field stage a professional trade product whose main component contains Azobacter vianaldi bacteria in solution. 4 experimental variants were performed, which looks like in this slide. Variants 2 were fertilized with the optimum doses of water and mineral fertilizers. Variant 1, 3, and 4 were fertilized with reduced doses of water 20% less, mineral fertilizers 30% less, comparatively to the optimal doses. The non-grafted tomato plants were directed with 1 stem, and the tomato grafted plants with 2 stems. For evaluating the nutritional quality, we determined the soluble dry matter, total carbohydrate content, titrable acidity, and fruit content in vitamin C. Soil analysis were performed using the method you can see in this slide. For the statistical interpretation of the results, Duncan's multiply range test was used. Physical and biochemical characterization of experimental plots are presented in this table. The results point out the low alkaline characteristic of the soil, 7.4 pH units, with a high humus content, 4.2%, medium content of total nitrogen, very good for phosphorus, potassium, and secondary nutrients. The results obtained show a significant positive effect of the grafting and the use of Azobacter vianaldi for soil inoculation on the average yield of tomato crop by applying low amounts of water and nutrients. It seems that the yield of grafted plants is higher due to the rootstock's possibilities of exploring a large volume of soil and consequently has the opportunity to interact with a large amount of that bacteria. According to the results presented by Lermeyer, biofertilizers improve plant performance, respectively growth and productivity, by interacting with the process involved in the plant responses to stress and the accumulation of antioxidant compounds that allow increasing the plant's resistance to the abiotic stress. Regarding the number of fruits harvested from a plant, a higher number of fruits was observed at the variants with grafted tomatoes planted in the soil inoculated with Azobacter and grafted tomatoes without additional treatments, 36.5 and 35.9 fruits per plant. A smaller number of fruits was recorded as the ungrafted tomatoes, 24.4 fruits per plant. Larger fruits were recorded to the grafted tomato planted in soil inoculated with Azobacter, 168 grams per fruit. The smallest fruits were harvested from the ungrafted tomatoes, optimally fertilizated, but planted in the soil free of Azobacter inoculation, 120 grams per fruit. The data recorded shows that the grafting significantly influenced the number of fruits per plant, while their size was influenced not only by the grafting effect, but also by the higher contribution in nitrogen brought by Azobacter vianaldi soil inoculation. Pogoni showed the tomatoes yield was increased by grafting use. It determined the increase of the average fruit number per plant with 14% and of the average fruits weight per plant with 45%. A very good commercial quality was recorded to the fruits harvested from grafted plants grown in soil inoculated with Azobacter 89.4%, the grafted tomato cultivated in soil free of Azobacter inoculation 86.7%, following by the ungrafted tomatoes cultivated in soil with Azobacter inoculation 85.8%. The lowest commercial quality, only 75.3%, was recorded to ungrafted tomatoes grown in soil free of Azobacter inoculation, optimally fertilizated. Analyze the influence of various commercial rootstocks on the commercial quality of the grafted tomatoes. Sora mentioned that the rootstock Emperador had a positive influence, especially as regards the increase of the premium commercial quality and particularly by improving their aspect, size, and color. The registered results revealed slight changes in the nutritional quality of tomato fruits regarding the soluble dry matter, total acidity, and total carbohydrates, but from a statistical point of view, did not show significant differences according to Duncan's test. In conclusion, analyzing the effect of the soil inoculated with Azobacter vianaldi as the influence of the rootstock on the average yield and fruit quality using lower amounts of water and chemical fertilizer was highlighted a higher production and a superior commercial quality of tomato fruits. The results show that no significant changes were identified in the nutritional quality of the fruits harvested from grafted tomatoes cultivated on soil inoculated with Azobacter vianaldi compared to tomatoes grown by conventional technology. Finally, I am pleased to thank you for your kind attention.
Good morning, everyone. My lecture topic is effort of different apicicular mycorrhiza fungi on growth and photosynthesis of grafted cucumber seedlings. The lecture has 4 parts. Introduction. Apicicular mycorrhiza fungi occur in roots of almost all flowering plants and several trees. These include cereals, temperate fruit trees, crops and vegetables, horticultural crops, and ornamental crops. Plant AMF symbiosis may alter growth and host plant at lower fertilization by increasing the root nutrient absorption surface, promote not only the wood, but also the phosphorus, the other macro and micro uptake from soil. This is the roots and the spawns. The picture of stand colonel roots. Now we're talking about grafting and its application. Grafting was called the plant assembly, which were popularly used in horticultural plants. Main method of grafting has cleft method, connection method, and stick method. Most vegetable seedlings is breeding by in greenhouse, so it is easily to use grafting and AMF during the seedling breedings. Now the materials and methods. The cucumber materials is Zhongnong 26, and the rootstocks is the pumpkin varieties Jingxin Zhen 5. The AMF strains we used is Glomus intraradix and Glomus sposis. The density of Inoculomus spawns was about 100 per milliliter. The germination pumpkin seeds of those stalks were sown in pot, and the AMF were added to substrate before pumpkin sowing. The sine cucumber seeds were sown in 50 whole trees. When the pumpkin seedling had one true leaf and one heart leaf, the cucumber cytologens grew flat. The grafting was carried out with cleft grafting method. The safe-rooted seedlings were used as control, and half phosphorus Hoagland nutrient solution were added during the growth period. The seedling experiment were cultured in phytotron. The data measurement has 4 parts. One is plant growth data, one is photosynthesis index, then the data process by Microsoft Office Excel 2010, and Prisma 6 used for statistical analysis. Now the result. The seedling height we can see from the table. At start, the grafted seedlings is higher than self-rooted seedlings, but the inoculated seedlings is smaller than the control. But with the plant growth in the final, the AMF inoculated seedlings grows much higher than the control seedlings. But the best is grafted and GI inoculate. As for the stem diameter, we can also see the same trend. At start, the grafted is better than the ordinary seedlings, but in the final, the AMF seedlings grows much better than the control seedlings. As for the chlorophyll content, we can also see the same trend. Now we can see the effort of MF and grafted on shoot growth of seedlings. We can see the grafted seedlings is much better than the safe root seedlings. And the AMF inoculum combination is much better than the seedlings without AMF. The best seedlings is grafted seedlings and global AMFGI. And the AMF infection rate is also higher in the AMF inoculate seedlings. Now we turn to the roots. We can also see the root fresh weight and the root dry weight. The grafted seedlings is much higher than the safe root seedlings, but grafted and AMF inoculate is much higher than the grafted seedlings. The best is grafted GI. Also, the same result can be seen in the root shoot ratio and the root length and the root vigors. As for the net photosynthetic rate, we can see the same trend. The grafted seedling and AMF inoculate is much better than the safe root seedlings. The effort of graft photosynthesis, we can see the same trend from the PNTRGS and chlorophyll A and chlorophyll B. Now we go to the conclusion. The inoculation of GM and the GI could promote the growth and enhance the photosynthesis cucumber seedlings. The M fungi with best promotion effort was Glomosis intraradix, and the biomass of grafted seedlings plus GI was significantly higher than other treatment. And the photosynthesis index was also higher than other treatment to various degrees. Compared with own-rooted cucumber seedlings, the grafted seedlings inoculate with Microcosa fungi Glomosis intraradix had more growth promotion efforts on cucumber seedling and could provide excellent seedlings for high yield of cucumbers. Thank you for your attention.
I am Marian Bogoescu. I am a great pleasure and honor together with Mr. Professor Asti Baliu to finally our work in our group. And for the first, I permit me to present some words about our works today. In my opinion, in my modest opinion, the works presented were high scientific level. They followed a multitude of aspects regarding the field plant propagation, starting from the influence of rootstocks on the growth and development of different species of vegetables, cucumber, watermelons, pepper, tomato, seeds priming for the improvement of the tolerance characteristic of cucumbers and unfavorable temperature condition, the influence of nitrogen on the root and morphology of pepper plants, the influence of microorganisms on the growth and development of tomato and cucumber plants, and the last but not the least, in vitro propagation of pineapple. In my modest opinion, it was a successful working group as well as the entire development of the activity so far. I thank you for your attention for this group. And I received today one question for ORC in vitro propagation of ananas cosmosus by H. Elias, R. M. Taha, H. Sani, N. F. Kamarul, Huda, B. A. Ahmed, and another. This question is put of Mr. Professor Sergei Kornatsky from People's Friendship University from Moscow, Russian. And the question is, what is the reason for such a low multiplication rate? We orchid with pineapple tissue culture, and this indicator was in range of 50 at 25 to 1 for 1.52 months. There is together with us any authors from this for this paper, please?
Yes. So thank you very much for these questions. I am the Dr. Bakruddin Ali Ahmed. In general, cytokinins proliferation of multiple shoot. For in case of in the pineapple, we have observed that lot of phenolic compounds for that one. So for the phenolic compounds, so for we are trying to various antioxidant like PVP and that PVP and the antioxidant components. Now we are trying to use various combinations like cytokinins, like kinetin with BAP combinations and Giatin, 2IP, TDZ, and so many cytokinin combination now we are using. Now a little bit better than the BAP. Now we are, since the research works are going on in this area, so now we are getting the very good propagations than the previous BAP concentrations. So that is why I am telling that not only BAP, some other combination of cytokinin we have had, definitely we get more amount of multiple shoot than previous result. So now we have observed a lot of multiple shoots. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know another question. If Mr. Professor Astribaliu, have you any question, please?
Yeah, I could have a couple of questions. And we don't have much time. We're trying to go quickly to select the question. At first, for you, Professor Toth, can I ask you, Nina?
Yes, please.
Okay. My question is, do you have any evidence of the about the rootstocks you used on their ability to resist high salinity in the soil or irrigation water? And do you have also any evidence of the effect of these rootstocks on the earliness of watermelon?
No, I haven't, because the soil where research was conducted is regular supplied with nutrients and without salinity. And also we just research with watermelon. Our research didn't include melons.
Yeah, and the second question to you, as I understood from your papers, you have not used self-grafted science as a control. Is it correct?
Yes, it is correct because the benefits of.
My question is, how did you estimate then the effects of the rootstock?
We check between rootstock Wagenaria type and interspecies rootstock. We think that it's the better solution without control, because the benefits of seedling production with rootstock is better.
Okay, thank you. And can I, Marianne, ask you a question yourself?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, there is a question I've received through the chat, but I also would like to make the same question. The question is, what was the irrigation method you used in the tomato experiment when you analyzed the combined effects of grafting and the mycorrhizas? Bacteria, what was it?
Yes.
Yeah, a bacteria, yeah.
Yes.
And how much was the water of the volume of water you have applied in the normal conditions? And also, what was the amount of the fertilizers you use in your control variant?
Yes, I understood. This experiment was made in the frame of on project financed by European Community, and we Romanian colleagues and me was one part of this project. Was 18 participants in this project, and the issue for this project was to reduce the inputs of water and fertilizer at the tomatoes crops, because tomato crops is very important crops on the world. And we try to reduce the quantity, the volume of water with 30% comparative with normal necessary water for this crop. Our crops was irrigated with 70% of capacity of water in soil. And we reduce this volume of water with 30%. And the method applied for determine the quantity of water was we put on professional devices for measure the water and determine the volume in cubic meter of water. Finally, our results was very interesting. If we used the grafting plants and the different biological measures in applying the soil, we can reduce the water with 30%, not only in Romania, all the project, Tom Reston and the project, and the fertilizer with 20%. In our opinion, it's a good result. No? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we have a couple of minutes to end up our session. Can I ask you a question, Albina?
Yes.
You presented some data showing that by grafting you have a higher yield, higher fruit size, and thicker fruit, how it is called, the flesh, the thickness of the flesh.
Pericarp, yep.
Yeah. How did you explain that?
Okay, I use different rootstocks to different cultivars. So I see some results that some rootstocks affected on more morphological parameters and someone not affected good results on them. So I have mentioned also in presentation that some cultivars, for example, Captur, SM-tant, Ariadne SM-tant, have more affected from grafting.
Okay, thank you. Marianne,
Thank you
do you
too.
have some more question to somebody?
I haven't any question, and the time is in Romania. It's 1:59. Probably
Yeah.
you it's 12.
Then we can conclude
We have
this
only
session.
20,
Thank
30
you
seconds.
very much
yes.
to everyone, especially to the chairs, to all the participants, especially to Professor Head that was able to participate from China at this time of the morning. See you all.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to thank the scientific committee for the opportunity to present this work entitled Fresh Yield and Phytochemical Accumulation on Spinach Grown in Different Coir Types. Peat is the growing media more used in soilless culture on substrates, but its use must be limited since it is a non-renewable resource and it has negative impacts on the environment. Coir is more environmentally friendly and it is a renewable resource. Therefore, the aim of this study was to evaluate if coir can replace peat as growing media of spinach production in crop yield and phytonutrient accumulation terms. In this study, the treatments used were for commercial substrates, peat, and three types of coir: cocoa peat, coir crushed chips, and coir media. In this table are presented the main characteristics of the substrates. The experiment was conducted in a greenhouse located at the University of Évora in Portugal. The crop used was spinach from the cultivar Manati, transplanted into styrofoam planting boxes. In the table you can see the nutrient solution. For evaluating the effects of treatments were determined parameters related to plant growth, leaf area, shoot dry weight, fresh yield, and phytochemical accumulation, chlorophyll, carotenoids, flavonoids, proline, glutathione, and glutathione reductase activity. Leaf area and spinach fresh yield in cocoa peat and coir medium did not differ from those obtained in peat. The fresh yield was high, ranging from 3.8 to 4.3 kg per square meter. Plants grown in coir present a tendency to accumulate less shoot biomass than those grown in peat. This could be due to the characteristics of coir, with lower nutrient and water holding capacity than peat. The table shows that plants grown in coir accumulate less total chlorophyll and chlorophyll A. Those of coir not affect the carotenoids level. The figure shows that leaf total anthocyanins and glutathione reductase activity were not affected by substrate type. However, the leaf flavonoids and the total glutathione level were higher in plants grown in coir, but were not affected by coir type. The plants grown in cocoa peat present the highest proline level, which can be related to the stress caused by water deficit or nutrient, which can be overcome with an irrigation frequency or nutrient solution adjusted to that substrate. In conclusion, the fresh yield of spinach grown in coir media and cocoa peat was similar to peat. Coir decreased leaf blade total chlorophyll, did not affect carotenoids and anthocyanins levels, increased total flavonoids and total glutathione. Despite the difference, the results indicate that coir can replace peat in terms of yield and phytochemical accumulation. However, we believe that results can be improved by adjusting irrigation and nutrient solution to each substrate.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to present our book presentation called Seaweeds as Plant Fertilizer, Agricultural Biostimulants and Animal Fodder. The main effect of seaweed extracts when used in agriculture, such as fertilizers, plant stimulators, and as animal feed, are described. The seaweed metabolite composition is conditioned by the biotic and abiotic factors. Here described the historical uses of seaweed or mixtures of seaweeds as a plant fertilizer that we can present the places how they were protected and dried, and also how in the ancient period they were harvested from the sea. The second chapter is related with plant possessing immune system and following the recognition that the cells produce reactive chemicals resulting in many strategies to defend themselves against microbial attack. Carbohydrates that originate from seaweeds can prime or activate defense reactions and increase plants. This is the slide where are shown the extract work and extract application in plants, and mainly how the marine polysaccharides are working. And these are the third chapter is related with seaweed as a good source of different secondary metabolites and vitamins. In addition to their contents, this chapter presents the content of these compounds in microalgae. These are some examples that are described here, like sargassum and gelidium corneum, that were the main reason to write this chapter. The fourth chapter is related with marine bioactive substances extracted from seaweeds that are used in agricultural and horticultural crops and show many benefits in the terms of enhancement of yield and quality. This is the way how they work and how they manage with the plant, and can be used as foliar spray mainly and react in a plant and do their job. This is one example that is described, like turbinaria. This is a small seaweed that is used for this purpose. The fifth chapter, where is described the promising and emerging topics about seaweeds and their extracts as plant biostimulants, the molecular, biochemical, physiological, anatomical, and nutritional modification triggered by seaweed extracts in several plant species which were grown in optimum and or not so optimal stress conditions as normally are discussed. This is example of one of them, that is Kappa ficus, that can be found in the European salt waters. This is the efficiency like they work, it's competition-based products, environmental conditions that they need to be produced because they need the stress conditions, methods of application, and plant features that they can interact with. The sixth chapter is done with some researchers made focused on developing alternative strategies to control plant pathogens and insects without using pesticides. The effect that seaweeds show against plant pathogens and insects are shown. This is an example of the one, Padina pavonica, that is used like example and work with that, and here we can find out how they can react in different concentrations of these extracts. The seventh chapter presents the current state of the art concerning the inclusion of algae in equine nutrition and their effect on horses welfare. Among all animals, horses are especially very sensitive to novel feed ingredients that are introduced in their diet. Two of these seaweeds are introduced in this chapter, like Saccharina and Palmaria, that was studied like source for horse feeding. The 8th chapter is related with the current state of the art in field of clinical bioactive nutrition with seaweeds that is used in horses with idea and specifically combined with stem cell therapies is discussed. This is one of them that is worked with. It's Cladophora that is used for studying this chapter. The natural diversity of the chemical compounds existing in marine environments is demonstrated by several examples extracted from seaweeds that are already in commercial use. These effects and benefits on the health and the well-being of aquaculture fish are discussed in this chapter number 9. These are two of them, that is Glacilaria and Undaria, mainly used in this work with fish culture. The chapter 10 provides an overview of the use of seaweeds in ruminants nutrition, with a particular focus on rumen fermentation and enteric methane production. Regarding rumen's fermentation, a high variability of digestibility values has been found among and within different seaweed species. These are two seaweed species that were used as ruminant nutrition in this described in this chapter. That are Asparagopsis and Pelvetia, and their work is described also with many specific information related with fermentation. Thank you and have a good day. Thank you, everybody.
Hello everyone. The title of the research that I'm going to present is Physiochemical Characteristics of Substrates of the Mixture of the Coir with Municipal Solid Waste Compost and with Biochar. Nowadays, in soilless culture in substrate, as I said in my previous presentation, the main goal is to reduce the use of substrates with high negative environmental impacts as the peat. The use of municipal solid waste compost and biochar, two organic waste materials, in substrates may be a strategy since they are renewable resources and they have a low carbon footprint due to transport. Therefore, the aim of this study was to evaluate the effect of mixed coir with municipal solid waste compost and with biochar on some chemical and physical properties of mixtures and to their potential to grow plants. The experiment was carried out at the Soil Physics Laboratory located at the Herdade Experimental da Mitra, University of Évora, Portugal. The experiment comprises three different components: coir, municipal solid waste compost, and acacia wood biochar. There were carried out two experiments, each with 6 treatments that consist in 6 mixes: coir with municipal solid waste compost and coir with biochar in the following ratios: 1:0, 3:1, 2:1, 1:1, 2:1, and 0:1, volume per volume. The physiochemical characteristics of the mixtures measured were pH and electrical conductivity, organic carbon and organic matter, mass, wetness, moisture content, and bulk density. The mixture of coir and municipal solid waste compost in different ratios affect significantly the physiochemical characteristics measured. The increase of coir in the mixture decreased the EC. However, the lowest value of salinity the mixtures was 2.7 in mix free to 1. That EC was still higher than the salinity threshold of the majority of the crops. The increase of coir in the mixture decreased the pH. The average pH of the mixtures with municipal compost range from 6.7 and 7.1 in mixture free to 1 and 1.122 respectively. Taking into account that the optimal substrate pH for the most greenhouse and nursery crops is between 5.4 and 6.4, the pH of the mixture free to 1 is slightly above the desired range. The increase of coir in coir municipal compost ratios decreased the bulk density from 0.8 to 0.3. The mixture of coir and biochar in different ratios affect significantly the physiochemical characteristics measured. The EC of the biochar alone was 0.24 decisiemens per meter, and its increase in the mixture decreased the values of the electrical conductivity, which range from 0.6 to 1.1. These EC values of the mix are lower than the salinity threshold of the majority of the crops. On contrary, biochar used alone as rotting medium presents a high pH 9.11. The addition of quark contributes to decrease the pH. In mix 3:1, the pH decreased to 6.7, which is slightly above the maximal value of adequate range 6.4, as mentioned previously. Mass, wetness, moisture content, and bulk density were improved by the addition of coir to the mixture. The most limiting characteristics in the municipal solid waste compost were the IEC, electrical conductivity, and pH, and in biochar, the high pH. The pH in mixtures coir municipal solid waste compost and coir biochar at the 3:1 ratio was slightly above the maximal value of the adequate range to substrates. The increase of coir in mix improved the chemical and physical characteristics, and in either case, the most suitable mixture was the one with the ratio 3:1, 75% coir by volume in the mixture. Therefore, the further research is to cultivate plants in the substrates in the mixture 3:1.
Hello, my name is Ayşegül from Turkey. I am going to talk on in vitro selection of rhizobacteria for increasing drought tolerance of tomato plants. Drought has increased its impact in recent years due to climate change and affects the production negatively in many plants. In this respect, beneficial microorganisms have gained importance. Among these microorganisms, plant growth promoting rhizobacteria are effective to increase tolerance of plants against stress conditions. The aim of this study was to select native rhizobacteria isolates promising to increase tolerance of tomato plants against drought and to develop fast and accurate screening method. These are the main steps of the study. Firstly, we collected plant samples from tomato plantations in the western and southeastern parts of Turkey during summer season. From 188 samples, totally 392 rhizobacteria strains were isolated. The pure typical bacterial colonies were subjected to several tests, as you see. The bacterial strains showed hypersensitivity on tobacco leaves or pectolytic activity on potato, were considered as possible plant pathogens and were eliminated. As in vitro plant growth promoting abilities, we determined production of SDR4, hydrogen cyanide, indole acetic acid, ACC deaminase activity, phosphate solubilization ability. Rhizobacteria strains producing hydrogen cyanide were eliminated due to their possible detrimental effects to the plants. Then we screened rhizobacteria for drought tolerance and selected rhizobacteria were tested with seed germination test and selected strains were identified by sequence analysis. The rhizobacteria strains were tested for drought resistance under osmotic stress induced by polyethylene glycol. Nutrient broth medium was supplemented or not with polyethylene glycol, inoculated with bacterial cultures, and then incubated on a shaker for 24 hours. Before and after incubation, the cell growth of rhizobacteria was determined. We determined change in the cell growth of rhizobacteria strains under osmotic stress compared to their control. 15 rhizobacteria strains increased cell growth under osmotic stress. On the other hand, 377 strains decreased cell growth under osmotic stress. We accepted a threshold value for change in the cell growth for rhizobacteria selection as minus 30. There were 55 rhizobacteria strains with this property. By taking into account plant growth promoting abilities and change in the cell growth under osmotic stress, we selected 48 rhizobacteria strains. In the seed germination test, the drought stress was created with polyethylene glycol. The test was made according to International Seed Testing Association rules using paper towels, and the incubation duration was 14 days. After incubation, we recorded germination percentage, root length, and stem length of plantlets. Also, we calculated the vigor index. We determined the change in vigor index under drought stress conditions compared to their controls. You can see the data from the table. We tested 48 rhizobacteria strains and non-inoculated control. 25 rhizobacteria strains had higher performance compared to non-inoculated control. 12 rhizobacteria strains increased vigor index under drought stress conditions and selected for further studies. The correlation between the variation of cell growth of rhizobacteria strains and vigor index of plantlets was significant. I would like to show plant growth promoting characteristics of selected rhizobacteria strains. As you see, all strains had siderophore production, indole acetic acid secretion, ACC deaminase activity, but they were negative for hydrogen cyanide production. Half of these strains had phosphate solubilization ability. Molecular identification showed that Bacillus was the most populous genera with 10 tested rhizobacteria strains. The other two rhizobacteria were identified as Pseudomonas putida and Pantoia vagans. It was concluded that it is appropriate to start with a rhizobacteria pool including a large number of bacterial isolates for screening rhizobacteria, increasing drought tolerance of tomato plants or other plants. Seed germination test as in vitro screening method by using polyethylene glycol is an ideal method to screen a large set of germplasm. Our results showed that this method is also useful for screening rhizobacteria for increasing drought tolerance of plants. I presented a part of the project carried out between 2018 and 2021. Since the symposium was postponed 1 year, we completed the project. So I would like to give short information about the results of later stages of the project. After in vitro experiments, we did some in vivo assays in growth chamber by creating drought stress with polyethylene glycol. Among 12 rhizobacteria, we selected 2 rhizobacteria for greenhouse experiments. In the greenhouse experiments, we compared non-inoculated control and rhizobacteria inoculated treatments. Also, irrigation was made to cover crop evapotranspiration at 100% or 50-100%. The photo was taken at the last day of the experiment. This is control, complete irrigation, and no rhizobacteria inoculation. This is deficit irrigation and no rhizobacteria inoculation. This is deficit irrigation and rhizobacteria inoculated plants. You can see the differences between the treatments. Fruits are harvested from different treatments. This is control and this is deficit irrigation and no rhizobacteria inoculation. These are deficit irrigation and rhizobacteria inoculation. You can see the differences between the treatments. That is all. Thank you for your attention. Special thanks to the organization committee for support our participation.
Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the symposium that focuses on growing media. My name is Georgia Antati, and together with Professor Bakhtir Valiziev, we'll be the chairs of this session. I say this opportunity to thank the organizers for the invitation and of course for the very interesting and well-organized symposium. I also would like to congratulate the speakers for their excellent presentations and through that they gave us the opportunity to see the results of the presentations that they had today in this session. So I would like to go further to the questions, and I would like to start with Professor Mercado. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for both of the presentations. I like them very much, and going through them, I have a question that came into my mind. So as I have seen, you worked with different biochar, different composts, and you have seen a limiting factor on using them at the pH and the electrical conductivity that are very high. Can you propose any measures that we can take in order to use those in a hydroponics cultivation crop?
Georgia, thank you for the question. In my opinion, there are different possible solutions. For both biochar and municipal solid waste compost, we can reduce its percentage in mixture. That is one solution. For biochar, introduce a component more acid than coir in mixture is another solution. For municipal solid waste compost, adjust the electrical conductivity of nutrient solution using a nutrient solution with a low EC in the fast growth stage of the crops. For biochar also, we can use a nutrient solution with a low pH for increase of the release of the hydroxyl ions. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. These suggestions are very interesting and of course very helpful for the producers when they use this kind of substrates. Thank you very much. And I would like to move to the next question. And I would like to ask a question to Professor Marsic. Very interesting work with what you are doing with the leafy greens. And can you tell me why do you think that the substrate system that you used is more useful and of course more appropriate for this Chinese mustard leafy green that you used? Was it because of the nutrient solution that you used or the root characteristics, or what do you think?
Thank you, Georgia, for your question. We observed some nitrogen deficiency on the leaves of Chinese mustard, which gave us some information that that maybe the nutrient solution which we prepared according to the rash for leafy vegetables, there was not enough nitrogen concentration for this species, because Mizuna, two cultivars of Mizunas growth well. Thus, I think that the nutrient solution was should be stronger regarding the nitrogen.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have to admit that producers now went to go to these leafy greens to cultivate them. So such works are very interesting. And I have one last question for Professor Gül. I liked your work very much on the bacteria strains that you have isolated as endophytes from tomato. Have you used them in a long-term tomato experiment? I'm asking that because as I have seen, you work on seedling production and not on yield and crop quality. We have to admit that these factors, the doses and the frequency that we use in terms of these, how can I say, bacteria or rhizobacteria is very important for the producers. Do you work with those in a long-term experiments or not yet? I cannot hear you. Can you unmute your microphone, please?
Thank you, Georgia. Yes, we did long-term experiments. This was a big project. I presented small part here. At the last step, we tested selected rhizobacteria under greenhouse conditions. But we applied rhizobacteria only one time before sowing acid coating. You asked me the frequency. I think seed coating is enough because according to the another study realized by our research team presented yesterday here, results showed that one application before sowing is enough.
That's very nice and very interesting because it's also cost effective at the end for the producers.
Yes, you are right.
Thank you very much. Yes?
You asked me the yield difference between the treatments. In the absence of draft, we realized that rhizobacteria increased yield up to 10%, but in draft conditions, yield increase was between 40 and 65%.
That's very interesting. Excellent.
Thank you very much, Georgia.
Thank you all. That's all for me. And now I pass the floor to my co-chair, Kirill, for his questions.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Georgia. I will just use my few time that I have, and I hope we'll have good conversation. And I have question for Valerio, because it should be Colonna, but it's not here. Valerio, can you tell me something about, did you study the pH, EC, and the soil nutrient content?
Thank you for the question. Actually, we didn't evaluated any of the soil parameters in this trial experiment, but we will do that because we know that all the beneficial microbes we used can affect these properties of the soil. And that's the next focus of our study for sure.
Okay, and if you, because this work was 2011-12, if you do it now, what could you do? You will repeat the same, you will use the same fields, because there are different fields, different places.
Yeah, for sure we should integrate all the data on the climatic data and the soil properties in a more contextualized way, because as I said, it's important to evaluate all the properties, all the characteristics of the environment. Another thing I will do is to focus better on the microbes present in the soil, because it's important for this kind of biological biostimulant to know which is the starting condition of the soil and which are the organism. If the niche is free for the organism, we want to start the colonization of that soil. So I will integrate this kind of aspects, and I'm sure that it can be very important for this important crop like artichoke that's as phytochemistry and nutraceutical properties is one of the best all over the world, I think.
Yeah, because it's hard, it's eatable part, and it's important to know the nutrient status also of the heart of the central part of the plant. Thank you. Anyway, Rui, I want to ask you two things just fast because it's just because of your work. Do you think that the range temperature that you had in the first work, that is 4 and 27, this is not huge, very huge difference of the temperature can influence the results in spinach?
Please, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. I'm speaking about the first work that you have, because you have
Okay.
done the range of the temperature between 4 and 27.
Yes.
So this range is very huge. I mean, it should be 10, 15 or 5 degrees difference between the minimum and maximum. And you're using almost 23 degrees difference between the lowest and the highest. Do you think that this difference can influence your results and maybe change it in better way?
Yes, yes. This big range of the temperatures can influence, but the first results show we can have high yields using different quartz, and if we can adjust nutrient solution and irrigation scheduling in different conditions, I believe we have good results using quartz instead peat. So I agree with you, but these results are very, very, very excellent. We can reduce the peat, reduce the peat.
Okay. And in the second work, there is where you have, while working with municipal solid waste and compost. You say that 3-to-1 is probably the most promisable mixture or ratio between them. Can you explain me why you think it's suitable? Did you study, now a similar question like I made to Valerio, the nutrient content of the mixture? You didn't do it, yeah?
About moisture, when we add quartz, we improve moisture content of the substrate. We improve physical characteristics of the substrate. However, we are doing now that in some cases for improve moisture, we are putting a little amount of perlite or another component, pinus. Okay, you are trying different solutions at the moment. So, for example, at this moment, our group are doing experiments with lettuce and spinach. In substrates, with biochar and municipal compost are components, and the results are very good. But the results are, the plant grow is better for when you use municipal compost than biochar. At this moment, I think we need to know more about biochar, because in my opinion, there are some things in biochar that damage plant growth. Okay. If you read the different papers, you can see people have good results with biochar and people don't have results or bad results with biochar. So we are working in this subject, and we are trying also reduce the problems of biochar, because there are.
Yeah, maybe the reason is the origin of the plant that is used for.
Yes, one of the problems is biochar characteristics are different from plant source.
Yeah. Because,
Okay.
yeah.
But in my opinion, there are some organic composts and biochar into biochar or inside biochar that are not good.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your question.
By my side, Gordana, it's up to you. I don't know if Georgia wants to ask something, but
no, I don't want. But if somebody from the audience would like to have any question, we are free to hear it.
Thank you all very much. Just one final and very short question to Kirill, because it's not fair that he remained unasked. How many kilograms of seaweed we need to grow Kurtovska kapia?
what? Of growing what? Sorry?
Paprika.
Okay. Well, you need 1 liter.
Thank you. That's all.
I'm speaking about the extract, okay? I'm not speaking about the...
Okay.
I will tell you just the one thing, only small piece of time I will use.
Very good. Very efficient.
You do with unknown mixture to use paprika or pepper plant, because it's genetically most stable and responds the best to any kind of mixture. And we are using that like original plants. So don't use lettuce or other things that are not very not very okay. Genetically.
Thank you all. See you in the next session.
And come here to pick some seaweeds. It's good for you.
Of course. Of course.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you all. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nadica Sandova-Atanasova. I work as an assistant in the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences and Food in Skopje, Department of Genetics and Plant Breeding. In the next 10 minutes, I will present to you the study Genetic Diversity of Macedonian Embroidered Pepper based on fruit morphological traits. We have done together with Professors Mirjana Ankulovska and Sonia Ivanovska. It's well known that pepper is one of the most economically important cultivated vegetable crops in the world. Availability and detailed characterization of genetically diverse germplasm is a prerequisite for successful crop improvement. Moreover, today, in the face of climate change and the increasing demand for food in the world, recovering lost genetic variability and making it available to plant breeders becomes essential. Pepper land races, which were selected and cultivated by farmers for a long time, are well adapted to the specific agro-environments and represent valuable gene pool that have to be fully exploited. Multivariate techniques were applied to classify genotypes based on different phenotypic traits or DNA marker systems. The information, considering local diversity, is essential for maintaining the variability and avoiding genetic erosion for ensuring a good food security. What about situation in North Macedonia? Here, pepper is one of the main ingredients in almost every dish. Many families in the rural areas maintain numerous different pepper land races, among which are distinct variations of the unique type of embroidered pepper with off-white striations on the skin. This germplasm represents an interesting resource which was not characterized or studied by now. Embroidered pepper have a long history of cultivation in Macedonia and noticeable divergent morphological traits, including the unique smell and taste. As a result, the main goal of this study was to characterize a collection of embroidered pepper land races and to determine their genetic relationships based on fruit traits and using multivariate techniques. The information gained will be used for the proper conservation of these valuable genetic resources, their further introduction in the breeding programs for selecting new superior genotypes, and ultimately for their sustainable use. A collection of 189 embroidered pepper accessions was grown in a field trial in 2018 near Skopje. The trial was established in randomized block design with 2 replications, each comprising 6 plants transplanted in plots with 50 centimeters between and 30 centimeters within a row distance. Standard agrotechnical measures were undertaken during the vegetative growth. 10 fully mature fruits from 3 randomly selected plants from each plot were used to determining listed 6 fruit traits. The measurements were performed following capsicum descriptors. Standardized mean values per genotype were used for multivariate analysis. Principal components were extracted until the eigenvalue greater than 1. Vars cluster analysis using squared Euclidean distances were used for constructing the dendrogram. All analyses were performing by using R software. As such, an accurate description and assessment of the variation are of utmost importance. Characterization of the germplasm is essential for conservation, protection, and sustainable use of plant genetic resources. With the aim to determine the fruit traits that had the highest influence of the total variability of analyzed germplasm, a principal component analysis was performed. 2 principal components with eigenvalue greater than 1 were extracted. The first principal component explained 50.62% of the total variability. All traits except the number of locals contributed to principal component 1. Principal component 2 explained 17.52% of the total variability. The total variance explained with both principal components was 68.14%, and values are presented in the table 1. Based on their performance, considering the fruit traits, the genotypes were assigned into 5 groups. Genotypes belonging to the third group were characterized with the highest values for fruit length, fruit width, fruit weight, fruit pedicel length, and fruit wall thickness. This group is shown in green color. On the opposite, the genotypes placed in group 5 had the lowest values for these traits, and they are shown in pink color in the figure. According to their genetic distance, the embroidered peppers were classified into 5 main clusters, each consisting of different numbers of subclusters. Cluster 1 was divided into 2 subclusters and comprised of genotypes with the lowest average fruit length, fruit width, fruit weight, fruit pedicel length, and fruit wall thickness. 8 genotypes were assembled in cluster 2, characterized by the highest average fruit width, fruit weight, and fruit pedicel length. On the next slide are presented genotypes belonging to cluster 3, which had average values for all analyzed traits. The genotypes with the highest average fruit length and the lowest average number of locals were placed in cluster 4. The largest share of the genotypes were grouped in cluster 5 based on the highest average value for fruit wall thickness, their long fruits, and high fruit weight. Both principal component analysis and cluster analysis were effective to distinguishing the divergent genotypes according to fruit traits. The obtained results are clearly showing the high extent of variability and all analyzed traits among the characterized embroidered peppers. This variability indicates a long-term selection for the desirable traits for different purposes and farmers' preferences. The invaluable diversity of this germplasm will be submitted to conservation and protection, and will be further utilized for the creation of varieties with increased added value to be offered at the markets. And conclusions for the end. In the present study, multivariate techniques were applied in order to assess the extent of diversity among Macedonian embroidered pepper local varieties. Both principal component analysis and cluster analysis revealed high variability within the analyzed germplasm. The fruit traits that had the highest impact of the variability of the genotypes were successfully identified, and 5 distinct groups of local varieties were detected. Moreover, the obtained results shown that embroidered pepper collection is a valuable reservoir of diversity and should be conserved, protected, and further exploited in breeding programs. Thank you for your attention.
afternoon. My name is Mirjana Jankulovska, full professor at the Department of Genetics and Plant Breeding, Faculty of Agricultural Sciences and Food, St. Cyril and Methodius University in Skopje, Republic of North Macedonia, and I will talk about morphological variability of seed qualitative and quantitative traits in Macedonian runner bean local varieties. The scarlet runner bean, Phaseolus coccineus, is a diploid perennial species, and it is one of the 5 Phaseolus species domesticated in Mesoamerica. After Phaseolus vulgaris and Phaseolus lunatus, it is the 3rd most economically important Phaseolus species worldwide. Runner bean is native to Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras. In the tropical uplands of Mesoamerica, it is perennial species, and outside of its region of origin, it is usually grown as an annual crop, mainly for its dry seeds or immature green pods. The scarlet runner bean was introduced in Spain in the 16th century, from where it spread throughout Europe. After its introduction into Europe, a moderate bottleneck was observed in the European accessions, and as a result of the domestication and dissemination processes, they became clearly different from the Mesoamerican wild forms and landraces. The European and Mesoamerican gene pools were clearly differentiated through many phylogenetic, genetic diversity and population structure studies, confirming that Europe can be considered as a secondary center of diversity for Phaseolus coccineus. As we are all well aware, the landraces represent a valuable germplasm and an important source of novel traits useful for breeding in order to create new varieties that will face the climate changes and will be well adapted for growing in the marginal areas. Phaseolus coccineus is known as an important source of useful traits for improving the resistance to abiotic and biotic stresses in common bean, but there is still a lack of information about its genetic diversity and structure within and among the landraces. In the Republic of North Macedonia, the scarlet runner bean is not commercially cultivated, and it doesn't have an economic importance as the common bean. Usually, only several plants are grown near the fences in home gardens in the rural areas, usually with higher altitude and humidity and warm summers without extremely high temperatures. It is well adapted to specific agro-environment and various microclimatic conditions, especially in mountainous areas. The landraces possess great morphological diversity, but considering the depopulation of the rural areas and the lack of measures for conservation of plant genetic resources in the country, this species is facing extinction. In order to conserve local varieties of scarlet runner bean before they are inevitably lost, and to satisfy the consumers' recent growing demand for this crop, the main objectives of this study were to characterize Macedonian runner bean local varieties and to assess the extent of their genetic diversity based on seed qualitative and quantitative traits and their value for breeding and for direct production. For that purpose, the field trial was conducted in 2017 in Pehčevo, North Macedonia, including 61 genotype and 42 plants per genotype. We assessed seed coat color, seed coat pattern, presence or absence, color of the seed coat pattern, seed length, seed height, seed width, longitudinal seed shape, color of seed hilum ring, and 100 seed weight, according to the descriptor list for Phaseolus coccineus published by ICPGR. Principal component analysis and two-way cluster analysis as multivariate techniques were performed in order to discern seed traits that had the highest influence in distinguishing the analyzed genotypes. Principal components were extracted until aging value was higher than 1. Then squared Euclidean distances between the genotypes were calculated, and based on the obtained distance matrix, a row dendrogram for the two-way cluster analysis was constructed using VART methods. For all analysis, R351 software was used. The principal component analysis extracted 3 principal components with tail gene value higher than 1, which explained 81.32% of the total variance of the analyzed genotypes. The first PC contributed with 37.68% to the total variability, mainly due to the qualitative traits as marked in bold in the table: seed coat color, color of the seed coat pattern, and seed hilum ring color. The quantitative traits like 100 seed weight, seed length, and seed width were the major contributors to the second principal component, which explained 29.24% of the variability. Seed shape had the highest contribution to the third principal component. Based on the combinations of the seed coat color and seed coat pattern color, 7 groups were formed. Group 1 with white seed coat color without pattern. Group 2 off-white seeds with violet pattern. Group 3 brown seeds with dark violet pattern. Group 4 violet seeds with dark violet pattern. Group 5 buff seeds with brown pattern. Group 6 dark violet seeds without pattern. And the last 7 group brown seeds with violet pattern. The genotypes belonging to each group were distributed along the PCA biplot, and the genotypes with white colored seeds, marked with red color on the biplot, were clearly separated from all other genotypes. Independent of the seed coat color, genotypes with low to high values for all the quantitative traits were allocated within each group. The genetic distance among the genotypes was also calculated, and it can be easily detected from the figure from the heat map for genetic distance that the genotypes 1, 23, and 42 were the most distant from all other genotypes. Genotype 1 was the most distant from the genotypes 23, 42, 43, 19, and 15. Based on the estimated genetic distance, the genotypes were grouped in 10 clusters, all of them presented in different color on the heat map, each containing a different number of subclusters. The genotypes in the first 3 clusters were without seed coat pattern, white-seeded, except for the genotype 23, which had dark violet seed coat color, also without pattern. The obvious divergence between these 3 groups of genotypes actually derived from the differences in the values for the quantitative traits. Genotype 1 was separated from all other genotypes due to its very high values for seed height and seed mass, which can be easily observed on the heat map. Clusters 4 and 5 encompassed the genotypes with off-white seed coat color with violet pattern, and those genotypes were separated in different clusters based on the medium to low values for quantitative traits in the cluster 4 and medium to high values for quantitative traits in cluster 5. The genotypes with brown and violet seed coat color and dark violet and violet seed coat pattern color were distributed in the remaining 5 clusters. The analyzed seed traits were separated in 3 groups. The first comprising the qualitative traits, the second one comprising the quantitative traits, and the third group comprising only seed shape, which is completely in accordance with the results obtained from the principal component analysis. As conclusions, we can say that the results from this study showed that the qualitative traits have the highest influence on Macedonian runner bean germplasm, as these traits were associated with the first principal component. The two-way cluster analysis separated the genotypes in 10 distinct clusters, and the analyzed traits were divided in 3 groups corresponding to the 3 principal components. The high genetic diversity based on both qualitative and quantitative traits of the seeds in the Macedonian runner bean collection was confirmed by the results from this study, and they can be further used for developing new varieties with specific seed characteristics. Thank you for your attention.
Hello to all the participants of the symposium. My name is Eva Bajon and I'm going to present my work titled Bolting Garlic Quality and Morphological Traits Are Influenced by Scape Removal. Garlic has been used in diet and traditional medicine. It is rich in organosulfur and phenolic compounds that give garlic beneficial health effects. Concerning its ability to flower, there are bolting garlic and non-bolting types of garlic. Scape removal in bolting garlic types is considered suitable to increase bulb yield. Istarski crveni and brsečki are Croatian landraces which develop floral scapes, have reddish clove skin color, smaller number of claws, have good storage and overwintering survival, which make them interesting for production by local producers, and they are usually sold in braids, which means that the scapes are usually removed. The aim of this research was to investigate the effect of scape removal on morphological and physicochemical quality indicators in two Croatian bolting garlic landraces, Istarski crveni and brsečki. Both landraces were grown at the Institute of Agriculture and Tourism trial field. Garlic was planted in October 18 at a density of 38 plants per meter square, at randomized complete block design in 4 replicates. The floral scapes were removed in the following spring when tips were visible between leaves, as can be seen here in the picture. It was harvested in the end of June and cured in the shadow. 10 bulbs per repetition were sampled for the observation of weight, diameter, height, and number of claws. Dry matter was determined by drying 5 grams of peeled garlic at 105 degrees Celsius until constant weight. Total soluble solids were determined using a digital pocket refractometer. Firmness was measured with an electronic penetrometer equipped with a 50 kilo load cell and flat 3 mm bottom cylinder probe. A handheld spectrophotometer was used to measure clove coloration that determined 3 parameters: L for lightness, A for redness, and B for yellowness. 10 cloves per landrace were freeze-dried, lyophilized, and finely milled. The extracts were prepared either with deionized water for sugars or 50% aqueous methanol for the antioxidant capacity and total phenol content. Samples were sonicated, shaked, and centrifuged. The total antioxidant capacity was evaluated by ferric reducing ability of plasma and diphenyl picryl hydroxyl radical scavenging assay. And total phenolic content was evaluated by the Folin assay. Volatile compounds were analyzed using gas chromatograph with a flame ionization detector, and the amounts were presented as peak area counts. And sugars were quantified by high-performance liquid chromatography with a refractive index detection. The data were processed by the analysis of variance using Statistica software. As regards results for morphological traits, brsečki has shown higher values for weight, height, and number of claws. When scapes were removed, bulbs had shown higher weight, diameter, and height comparing to control. Concerning results for physical parameters, brsečki had higher redness or A value and lower lightness and yellowness comparing to Istarski crveni. When scapes were removed, total soluble solids and dry matter were significantly lower than bulbs where scapes were not removed. The results for sugars, total phenols, and the antioxidant capacity show that when scapes were removed, the glucose and the antioxidant capacity were lower and fructose was higher comparing to control. Concerning garlic volatiles, Brsečki and Istarski crveni differed significantly only in the content of allyl mercaptan and dimethyl trisulfide. Garlic with scapes had significantly higher values for 3 specific volatiles that are rounded here in the table, including the major compound diallyl disulfide. Based on our research, the practice of scape removal may be applied to the studied landraces depending on the market preference, giving advantage either to bulb size or to certain quality parameters. Bolting garlic bulbs have smaller size and are unsuitable for making garlic braids due to the presence of the scape, but due to their quality may be preferred and used as spice or for medical purposes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Pekal, PhD student. I work on the Institute of Agriculture and Tourism in Poreč, Croatia. Now we will talk about morphological and genetic diversity of Istrian garlic ecotypes. In Istria region, farmers have been cultivating their own garlic ecotypes for many years. They produce and sell garlic which classify as istarski crveni. Morphological and genetic analysis has not been conducted until now. Some ecotypes have been subjected for selection of those better adapted to the local pedoclimatic condition. Morphological variability traits is expected with depending to the area of cultivation. The aim of this research was to evaluate the diversity of garlic ecotypes in Istria based on morphological and genetic data. During September 2018, samples of 13 garlic ecotypes have been collected from producers. Garlic variety 013 was also included in the analysis as variety listed in the list of varieties of Republic of Croatia. 10 bulbs of collected ecotypes have been scored according to ECPGR descriptors for allium species. 100 milligrams of fresh young leaves from each plant was sampled. DNA extraction using pure link DNA purification kit. 13 microsatellite markers were used for genotyping. Optimized procedures described in MA et al. PCR was done with DreamTech PCR master mix along with MyCycler using 6-FAM fluorophore forward primers. Length of PCR products was determined by capillary electrophoresis and result on DNA analyzer. Alleles were scored using gene marker software. SSR marker were scored with binary matrix as present or absent. Numbers have been conducted to morphological data according to ECPGR descriptor, and mean and median were calculated. Hierarchical cluster analysis was performed on this data set using warp method. Dendrograms was constructed in R using plot function. PCA for morphological data, calculation on binary matrix data, and mantle test was performed in PACT software. Pairwise distances between ecotypes were calculated using dice coefficient and dendrogram with distances matrix. Most ecotypes have flat globe shape of dry matter bulb, broadly ovate shape of matter bulb, white outer skin color, and violet claw skin color. Number of claws per compound bulb range from 5 to 20. Bulb structure type in most ecotypes was regular 2 fan groups, and shape on the compound bulbs in horizontal section was circular or elliptic. Only istarski crveni has broad oval bulb and skin color of cloth. There are ecotypes classified by the producers as Isterski crveni. You can see there is a lot of variation among these ecotypes. Results of PCA indicate the majority of variance in these ecotypes could be explained by color of the compound bulb and cloth and mature dry bulb shape. Hierarchical cluster analysis segregated the ecotypes in two groups. 338 and 339 comprise the first group. The other larger group is comprised of ecotypes that producers call Isterski crveni. Most similar ecotypes are 013 and 337. Combining morphological data with genetic data seems to be a good option to classify ecotypes and evaluate changes in morphology that are driven by environment or by genetic makeup. Based on SSR data ecotype, 338 is different from other ecotypes. In the second group, ecotypes 338 and 339 separated from all others. These ecotypes segregated from the other also in morphological data analysis. 013 and 337 formed a separate group, same as a clustering based on morphological data. Ecotypes 342, 343, 344, 346, 347 are genetically most similar and geographically close. Based on the results of morphological and genetic data, Istria has a rich garlic gene diversity. Most of garlic in Istrian region have flat globular shape of dry mature bulb, broadly ovate shape of mature bulb, white outer skin color, and violet cloth skin color. Only Isterski crveni has broad oval bulb and a red skin color of cloth. Some ecotypes that were similar based on genetic data were morphologically quite different, confirming the importance of genotype by environment interaction. Thank you for your attention.
pojavime, nije? As we don't have more time for discussion, please feel free to ask all your questions, post them in the chat section, and the authors will answer them. In the name of the organizers, I would like to thank you all for the very interesting research results and the excellent presentations that you shared with us. And I hope that the next time we will be all in person and discussing this further on. Thank you.
came to the end of the symposium. On behalf of Professor Skender Kaciu and in my own name, I want to thank you all for being patient with us when we were pressing you and urging you in the middle of the summer vacations to complete your presentations. We hope that you're satisfied with the results. Extend even larger gratitude to the ones that have spared their time to participate actively in the working sessions, and to those chairs who took their tasks with utmost responsibility. You made this symposium possible. Dear friends, this was a long and bumpy road. At the end of 2019, during the time of abstract submission, there was huge interest from scientists all over the world. We received even 122 titles. Last year, in March, just when we started collecting the complete papers, the COVID-19 outbreak took us all by surprise. For the same reason, the symposium was postponed for 1 year on the exact same dates, 24 to 26 September. Hoping that this situation will be resolved, we postponed the symposium, hoping that it will be safely held in vivo. That never happened. So we had to make compromises and sometimes sacrifices. In early 2020, we booked a quiet Congress Center with a beautiful view to the Ohrid Lake. To compensate somehow to you, during the breaks, we presented the photographs made by our colleague Zoran Spirkovsky from the Hydrobiological Institute in Ohrid. Among other small surprises we were planning for you last year was the exhibition of paintings by our prominent author Cassiopeia Naumovska. Instead, you had to see her paintings as PowerPoint presentations in the breaks. We were just about to finalize an idea with a friend, a cartoonist from Belgrade, to make a mini strip, Eat Your Vegetables, for your symposium bags, but that also didn't happen. On the bright side, in your imaginary symposium bags, you already have the proceedings of Acta Horticulturae 1320. It was issued as planned on 8th of September 2021, which means prior to the symposium, and it is already distributed to the authors with containing 57 papers by 182 authors on 443 pages. The symposium was held virtually with pre-recorded presentations. This whole event can be found on YouTube for the following 10 days. I'm glad to inform you that just yesterday, for the first day, we had nearly 400 views. The discussions were organized in separate Zoom meetings for each working sessions, and all authors and their co-authors, as I have mentioned, in total 182, were invited to participate. We thought that it would be an advantage for many researchers, especially young ones that normally might not be able to cover their traveling expenses and accommodation expenses to participate directly in the discussions. Of course, there is still room for improvement and adoption of this new modus operandi that will probably, unfortunately, stay as a possibility for the following symposia. Now, the fact is that there is an absence of feedback and live communication among the participants, which is very frustrating. Maybe a hybrid model with in vivo events and possibility for online participation might be a better option for the future organizers and conveners. And talking about the future organizers and conveners, I will give now the floor to Professor Nazim Gruda to give you some good news. Goodbye from my side.
Thank you very much, Gordana. It is a great pleasure for me to say 2 words as the chair of the working group of Southeast Europe for vegetable and potato production. First, I wanted to congratulate and to thank you, Gordana and Skander, as a convener for this symposium. But this symposium took place online and we could not see the organizer. Therefore, I am asking you, Gordana, I am asking you, Skander, to thank all the people from your staff, to thank all the people that were involved in this event and suffered together with you to organize this symposium when it was postponed and from 2020 to 2021. That's mean to reorganize this event as you told us before. Here are also include the companies involved in this organizing. For example, the company then produce the videos and place the videos for these 2 days with beautiful, I was feeling like in a football arena to see this, wow, the 8th symposium of vegetables and potatoes. Thank you very much. The situation is also has some positive sides. For example, this year is the year for fruits and vegetables from the FAO and from the ESHS. Then together organized different activities for this year and make our symposium particular. Moreover, of course, I would like to thank all the participants for taking part, being part of this event. And if you read our title, it is a working group for the southeast of Europe, but it is an international one. It's a working group. Then we saw, if you take the Acta Horticulturea in the hand, you will see then we have participants from Europe, from Russia, from Poland, from Italy, from Portugal. We have participants from the States. Daniel is here. We have participants from Canada. We have the participants from Asia, for example, from China, from Vietnam, from Malaysia, and from Indonesia. Thank you very much. Then you joined us, and you are always welcome to our working group. We learned a lot of your work, and we would like you to participate in other symposiums as well. And the question is, of course, which location the symposium will be. And we have a decision. We have a decision as a working group, then we would like to communicate to the executive committee or executive director or something like this. In 2023, we will have a symposium in beautiful Romania. Thank you very much, Mariam, for your suggestion and for your willingness to have this meeting in your country. In addition, we have a suggestion for another location for the next symposium that will be in Athens in 2026. Thank you very much, my dear friends. Dimitrios, you are not here, but we spoke together and I think it will be everything okay. The next announcement that I have is concerning to the Young Mind Award. Let me share with you 2 slides. I hope then it will work. And could you see it?
Yes.
Yes, beautiful. The winner is Mrs. Eva Bajon from the Institute of Agriculture and Tourism in Porez, Croatia. with the work titled Bolting Garlic Quality and Morphologic Traits Are Influenced by Scape Removal. Dear Eva, congratulations to the awards. This is a work with garlic, and I used to work with the garlic, but it is a long time ago. With your work, you deserved it, and we are very proud of it. And once again, congratulations. This was from my side, and I'm giving the floor to Daniel.
Thank you, Nazim. Dear friends, and ladies and gentlemen, as chair of the ISHS Division of Vegetables, Fruit and Tubers, I'm truly honored to have been invited and able to participate in the 8th SEE Symposium on Vegetables and Potato Production. As mentioned by Nazim, this symposium was possible by really a strong commitment and dedication and collective effort led very wonderful by conveners Professor Guardana and Skender, who jointly and with the support of received from members of your committees, your local committees, scientific committees, working group chair, Professor Nazim, the editors of the ACTA, the reviewers of the ACTA, the students, as well as the respective support from your institutions, also some private institutions, and as mentioned initially by the Ministry of Agriculture, and I believe water economy from the North Macedonia, and also importantly from FAO. So all together, Gordana and Skender, everything was wonderful and made this symposium a great success. Excellent organization and excellent contributions provided during this today. So big congratulations. And as mentioned, one proof of that dedication, especially to all participants, is to have been able to complete and publish the Symposium ACTA prior to the holding the meeting. So this is a very, very valuable effort. First time in your working group, which is also only a few examples are in other symposiums in the different working groups. And I'm sure that this will serve as an example to follow by new and upcoming ISHS symposium. So now on behalf of the ISHS, it is my great honor to recognize the conveners, Gordana and Skender, with the appreciation medal from the ISHS. The medals actually were too heavy to handle virtually, so they're very heavy and they're good quality. They are traveling from Belgium to North Macedonia and to Kosovo on the way to Chicago. But I managed to get a lighter medal, Gordana and Skender. So I'm gonna give to you a lighter medal that can travel virtually, and so
yeah, thank you.
So this is please take a few seconds in receiving.
Thank you, Professor Dan.
And you can receive this medal electronically, Gordana and Skender, while all the other participants present here in the meeting, please join me with a big applause to organizing of the symposium.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And
thank you, Professor Leskor.
Yeah, right. Okay, well, and then finally, I want to thank Dr. Marian for the very nice initiative presented to the working group, to the participants for the future of this activity, and to convene the 9th symposium in Romania, which I will strongly recommend with Nazim to the executive committee from the ISHS for approval. So with that, I'm going to close, and I hope to see you all in 2023. And again, wish you all the best and congratulations for an excellent job done, Gordana and Skender.
Thank you.
Thank you.